It's that time, everybody. 2020 is almost come. 2022 is almost over, and 2023 is just around the corner. Before we do that, let's go over this. Let's go over the year in review. And if we finish early, then I'll go back to the thing. Before it's set up for the, you know. I had to test to make sure.
2022 was the 2022 was the year like no other. As political shakeups took the global stage, we were reminded of the power of the ballot box.
It's an honor to stand before you today as the incoming House Democratic leader.
Even as authoritarians tightened their grip, we continued to fight for justice and argue over what that means.
Yeah.
When faced with war, we watched in horror as violence and hatred loomed.
Doing this for a long time. I've been standing up against all the hate that I can for as long as I can, and I'm tired.
This was their chance to go in and do what they were supposed to do, what they get paid to do by the people here in this community with our tax dollars. They made more than just a few mistakes.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
Calls for gun legislation became louder. We learned that there's power in protest. And that together, our voices are stronger.
1 year ago, Omicron had just been identified. At that time, COVID-19 was killing 50,000 people each week. Last week, less than 10,000 people lost their lives.
While we made great strides in our response to global health emergencies, there were drastic changes for many across the nation.
Your body, your choice, your choice. Our bodies, our choice.
Overturned.
I have 3 messages regarding the persistent assault on women's rights. Not here, not now, not ever.
We continued to grapple with a fragile economy and a shakeup in the future of currency.
This morning, we unsealed an 8-count indictment charging Samuel Bankman-Fried, FTX's founder, with a series of interrelated fraud schemes that contributed to FTX's collapse.
2022 was a year in which we wrestled with both free speech and hate speech, and were reminded of the dire urgency of the climate crisis.
We are still clearly moving in the wrong direction. The global emissions gap is growing. The 1.5 degree goal is gasping for breath.
This year, as voices and images demanded our attention for better and worse.
Oh,
Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven, by clear and convincing evidence, that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes.
We cheered as records were shattered and legacies were cemented. Despite pushback, despite resistance, 2022 was a year in which we persisted.
It has taken 232 years for a Black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States.
Following years of uncertainty in a global pandemic that has proven to be one of the most challenging events in human history, we forged on, prepared to tackle what lay ahead. And as we continued to extract the possible from the impossible, this year taught us, above all, that our voices, no matter how big or small, can change the world.
And for the record, we did lose the Queen Elizabeth and Mikhail Gorbachev this year. Alright, time for the next one. This year, more than ever, the world searched.
Even though it's a risk and I don't know what's on the other side, I'm gonna make a bet on myself.
I guess I'm kind of looking at this as a sort of rebirth opportunity.
I just quit my job and flew to Scotland.
And it
with
changed
no
my
money
life.
Or plans or friends.
This is day one.
And here's myself.
Every day.
I've really gone and done it.
I changed careers.
Farm. Turned in my 2-week notice.
I changed my own.
I just took the leap.
Yeah, I'm really liking
I
how
changed
my
myself.
hair's been going.
I feel like we're on the verge of a renaissance.
They say to do what you love, and I love to dance.
Oh my God! I'm proud of you.
I can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
Having any fun yet?
Come on, fighter pilot. Better friend.
Carnival is back.
Star.
Rio is back.
This is
And a
dedicated to
great
the
change.
disabled community. This is our moment.
I wanted other women and other people of color to know it is possible.
Sydney McLaughlin, there is no stopping her. That's a world record.
When I was a little girl, all I wanted to see was me in the media.
Change has become a constant. The way we embrace it defines our future.
I've never seen this kind of courage. They're fighting with all they have.
The word freedom right now.
Free Ukraine.
A lot for us.
This could be the beginning of a new era.
You know, I call it evolution.
This is what believing looks like. And don't you ever, ever give up on you.
To everyone who sees not what the world is, but what it can be. Search on Google.
Meet PDF Element 9, the fast, affordable, and easy way to edit, convert, sign PDFs, and more.
The most...
Okay, now 2023 could either go two ways. Either it could be labeled as the worst year ever, or the best year ever. Here's the infographic. Infographic shows showing us why 23. The theory of how 2023 will be the worst year ever.
The most foolish thing a person has ever said was, "Things can only get better." As you'll see today, it's all unrelenting horror. Things are sometimes not your friends. Things can sucker punch you, torment you, torture you. Don't ever rely on things again. Let us explain. At the end of 2020, you said from the prison of your home, "Oh well, at least things can't get any worse." It turned out that 2021 was the experiential equivalent of falling in dog poop headfirst, getting a bit of said poop in your mouth, contracting salmonellosis, and then dying in a lonely hospital bed from sepsis as your pooch was taking up residence in your comfortable bed at home. 2022 seemed to let up. For a while, you dared relax, to let down your guard, and then just as soon as your mouth brazenly began to form a smile, that black hole of demoralization, aka the media, took you to the brink of despair by telling you mankind might soon be snuffed out. It felt like disaster dominoes, catastrophe chairs, a game you were mixed up in but did not want to play. Some of you dispirited spectators of endlessly bleak world events might think, "I can't take any more of this." We understand you. It feels like God, if there is indeed a God, is playing some sick game up there testing the limits of your sanity. "Why hast thou forsaken me?" you might have asked after
Sometimes
watching
I
another
think that
news
too.
story on TV about how different news channels seem more concerned about refuting the other channel or smearing a sworn political enemy rather than trying to intelligently discuss possible solutions to those seemingly endless problems. First, there was COVID, the outbreak, which you have to admit you weren't too concerned about because it was on the other side of the world. Then the virus came knocking on your door and you weren't laughing anymore. You had to do a reshuffle, some spring cleaning regarding your hierarchy of external fears. Global warming came down a notch and being unable to breathe became everyone's #1 problem. You almost lost your sanity for being imprisoned in your house for months on end with no one but your dreaded family. Every day, like a masochist without a cause, you checked websites to look at death rates. It was a sign of the times. Fear was your master, and you couldn't get enough of it. But it happened. The pandemic quelled. The line charts of death and suffering started their downhill journey. And even though some media never wanted to let you forget about it lest their viewership numbers stagnate, things really did get better. It was then that God up there in the clouds, using nutcrackers to split apart sinful humans and a crab mallet to get the brain juice, laughed out loud and said to himself, "You fools, you ain't seen nothing yet, ha ha! 2023, my lab rats, is gonna knock you down on your backside." And no, we're not talking about monkeypox, although we will discuss something viral and awful later. What God was thinking about was the war in Ukraine. He wonders what Vladimir Putin will taste like and who he'll eat for dessert. There are so many sinners to think about. God knows only too well that there's a word in the human race of late that has become disturbingly powerful. That word is escalation. Not long ago, humans barely heard the word. They'd usually only hear it in its proper noun form, a thing as in a set of moving stairs powered by a machine, i.e. an escalator. But now, escalation is a word that should give you nightmares. It's quite rightly one of the worst words in the human language right now. As this show is being created, everyone's talking about it. Some people even want it. But if they get it, they soon might find out that everyone they know will be burned to death in a huge ball of radioactive fire. You see, the main countries supporting Ukraine have been saying that they will keep up the military support. And while countries such as the US and the UK are already sending over billions of dollars of weapons, they've promised to top it up in 2023. This is gonna make life really hard for Russia. This, you're now thinking, is a great thing. You're proud of that support. Ukraine might just use those weapons well, and Russia might be pushed back even further. But Putin just withdrawing his troops and saying, "Sorry guys," is highly unlikely. At least it feels that way right now as the show is being made. The war could get nuclear if Russia suffers more losses. This is not us being hysterical, it really could. And if it does, for millions of people, many millions, life will end, or at least become infinitely crap. People will then look back on lockdowns and their obsession with death statistics with a dreamy fondness. COVID will seem like a party. They'll miss the days of quiet, unexceptional lockdowns when life was more simple and people were kind. Just ask Fiona Hill, a former working-class Brit from the North who educated herself and went on to advise Presidents Bush, Obama, and Trump on Russia. She knows a lot about Russia. She studied Putin for a lifetime. She knows more than most people about the things he's prepared to do. These words came from her mouth in 2022. Putin is increasingly operating emotionally and likely to use all the weapons at his disposal, including nuclear ones. She knows that
TubeBuddy helps your YouTube videos get seen. Sure wish it could also help me find my TV remote.
She's an interesting person. I might want to speak to her.
I'm gonna miss the game.
In fact, she might actually beat Putin in a game of chess. Maybe. Anyway, let's continue.
Most folks think he would never go that far. To that she said, well, yes, he would. She believes this war may result in World War III. Maybe not now, but soon enough. She says the world as we know it has been changed forever. Of course, there's a comedic element to this show, as you might have guessed from that dog poop thing, but unfortunately, there's a very serious element to it. There are a lot of different opinions regarding this war and why it started. Still, one thing everyone agrees on is this is one of the scariest times in human history. Many people who have followed the US, Ukraine, NATO, Russia relationship for many years are now saying we should start accepting that a nuclear war could happen. Right now, we guess some of you are still saying, nah, I won't get to that. If that's true, why then are so many people who have the most expertise in this area saying it might? Do you know something they don't? The Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Chris Hedges put a lot of the blame on why this war started on NATO, and particularly US foreign policy. You might not agree with his assertions, many people don't, but maybe we should not ignore what he says when he tells us this skirmish of nations could well lead to the apocalypse. Apocalypse is a big word to bite off and digest, but if you've read your history, you'll know how stuff escalated to pure horror really fast during past wars. As we said, you might disagree with Hedges' take on the genesis of the war. He can at times sound like a doom-addicted preacher, but that might be because he's a student of war and has covered war for decades. You might not want to take all his comments lightly, especially when he says such things as, "War accelerates the whirlwind of industrial killing. The longer any war continues, the closer and closer each side comes to self-annihilation. Unless it is stopped, the proxy war between Russia and the US in Ukraine all but guarantees direct confrontation with Russia, and with it the very real possibility of nuclear war." It doesn't matter if you dislike him for saying proxy war. What matters is his contention about obliterative escalation. In that regard, he agrees with Mrs. Hill, even if they disagree on many other things. As we make this show, a Harvard Kennedy School professor says there's a 10 to 20% chance this war will become nuclear. The more Ukraine is successful, the higher the likelihood of nuclear war, he said. That doesn't mean people shouldn't want Ukraine to have success. The country has been invaded, a war crime no less, and its citizens are suffering, but ironically, success might also mean apocalypse. Diplomacy would be a better option, but it seems some people are allergic to it. People right now are banging drums for more war, yet we're on the precipice of something truly cataclysmic. They say Putin is using nuclear blackmail, and by God, should mankind hope this is true. But what if it isn't? This might mean 2023 is the worst year since humans started drawing their dinner on cave walls. This war, to some analysts, is the start of something that could get really serious. China might even get involved. Many people are now talking about a lot more than the daily news reports about Russia and Ukrainian wins and losses on the battlefield. Some people say the military-industrial complex doesn't want the war to stop. It wants escalation, since stopping would be cutting off that sweet flood of money. The eternal threat means constant military expansion. But what if China becomes just as powerful as the US in the near future? If unipolarity becomes bipolarity, what then? This is a time of great change in the world of international politics, and you should be very concerned. If things go wrong in 2023, it will be the worst year in the history of our planet. Let's face it, there seems to be more hawks than doves right now within the various poles of global power politics. Are the hawks really willing to take us to the hell that is nuclear war? The BBC wrote in October, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian officials have begun to prepare their society for the possible use of nuclear weapons. The New York Times wrote about the same time, Ukrainians brace for possibility of Russian nuclear strike. It may start with tactical nukes, but soon escalate to strategic nukes. If something like it does happen, we are doomed. Just look at what happened in Japan with only 2 nuclear bombs, and relatively meager ones at that. Japan surrendered. It makes the recent New York City nuclear survival ad on TV look absolutely ridiculous. If the big one hits, the woman in the ad said, we should close our windows. We don't think closing your windows will help very much. The ad even then tells viewers that after the explosion, they should use soap and water to clean themselves of the radioactive dust. Well, what if they don't have any skin to clean? What if they're too vaporized to get to a bathroom that no longer exists? This ad was directed at New Yorkers, too, a densely populated city that would be an attractive target to an enemy. Many people who've studied what would happen in the event of a full-blown nuclear war have talked about a nuclear holocaust happening. You cannot just dust off an attack, then go back to watching Love Island on your TV as if nothing happened. It means mass death on a scale humanity has never seen. Soap and water won't make much of a difference. We're not sure if enough people really understand the gravity of nuclear war. In October, a writer who calls himself a national security insider talked about a Russia, Ukraine, and NATO disaster. His worst-case, very possible scenario looked like this. The two sides are locked in an escalatory cycle that, along current trends, will eventually bring them into direct conflict, and then go nuclear, killing millions of people and destroying much of the world. This is obviously a bold prediction and certainly an unwise one to make, in part because, if I'm right, I'm unlikely to be around to take credit for it. The writer of that article was Jeremy Shapiro, the research director for the European Council on Foreign Relations. His specialty is U.S. foreign policy. He also served in the U.S. State Department from 2009 to 2013. People issuing such dire warnings are not just some loons on social media trying to increase their audience numbers. Shapiro said if Russia starts losing too badly, which seems probable, it might use tactical nuclear weapons, after which NATO will strike back. This is a scenario he hopes won't become a reality. If it does, he said, this will happen next. Fearing that those attacks will destroy the Russian strategic nuclear capability and thus leave them defenseless against NATO conventional forces.
I feel different. I feel different today. I just feel different today.
The war in Ukraine forced my family to flee. My sister, mother, and grandmother left their entire lives behind on February 24 and moved in with my family in America. They are very fortunate, while more than 10 million other Ukrainians are left without electricity, heat, and water, including my dad and my disabled grandmother. This war has done incredible damage, but the surprising temperatures are about to make things much worse. I don't want to see more of my family and friends suffer, so I'm asking for your help. If you're still watching this, I think it's because you care and you can imagine how this freezing winter is affecting Ukrainian families. I am asking you that you join me and donate to International Rescue Committee. The IRC is providing thermal blankets, heaters, solid fuel stoves, winter clothes, and other essential items for the winter. They're working with local partners who already have a presence inside Poland and Ukraine to provide life-saving support. Your financial contribution help provide this support. Even $5 will make an impact. Thank you.
The Russians will launch a first-strike strategic nuclear attack on the slim hope that it'll weaken the Western resolve or capability to respond and save their regime. I will then have something in the order of a few minutes to send out an email to my colleagues saying, "I told you so." If that's not bad, we don't know what is. But there are a few more reasons why 2023 is going to be the astrological Chinese year of the toilet. The war has also caused an energy crisis, which won't just go away next year. In fact, this winter, it's believed that so many people will struggle to heat their homes and that there will be a significant increase in the number of deaths in the worst affected places. The fact that power is so expensive in some nations means those without much money will go without electricity and possibly food. This will lead to widespread ill health, which might manifest as a really bad decrease in life expectancy in the coming year. We'll talk about this decrease in life expectancy soon. In 2022, the Financial Times asked experts how the energy crisis will affect health in Britain alone, and the answer they got back was it will put a health time bomb under Britain's most vulnerable. The BBC wrote, "With the world in the grip of a global energy crisis, hundreds of millions of people are now facing fuel poverty this winter as they struggle to keep their homes warm. The consequences could be wide-reaching and long-lasting. Yay to 2023. In case you didn't know, many people living in so-called rip-off Britain struggle to pay their energy bills anyway. But this crisis has made matters a life-or-death situation, and just imagine how the Ukrainians will suffer. Britain is a wealthy nation, and this is a scenario the BBC said was going to happen in winter. Elderly people will wrap themselves in coats, scarves, and gloves to sit in their living rooms. Parents will worry about whether their babies are warm enough as they add an extra blanket to their cots. Gas fires will go unlit. In 2020, around 36 million people in Europe could not keep their houses warm when they needed to. At that same time, 16% of people in the US suffered from what's called energy poverty. Around 25% of Chinese people live under the same conditions. It's thought this situation will get worse this winter. People will die, but others will suffer the ill effects after the winter. The BBC said there's a higher risk of stroke, respiratory infection, and falls or other injuries due to people's reduced strength and dexterity in low temperatures. Cold homes can have both short and long-term consequences for a person's health, well-being, and even their opportunities in life. The current energy crisis will spread out. The UK is already reporting a tsunami of need, and food banks are becoming the norm for many more people. The US and the EU also report that more people have turned to food banks right now. How will this affect social harmony? Will the resentment lead to people voting for the next wicked populist that comes along and spouts words of violence and hate? It's happened before, and it can happen again. You might remember hearing about what happened in Germany in the 1930s when a large part of the population was down on its knees in abject poverty. 2023 might be a bad year of hopelessness for many people, and they might grab at any branch held out, and trust us, the reliably partisan polarizing media will make things worse, not better. The global pandemic hurt us badly, but now with the war, the situation is much worse. The UK media is saying that even with more food banks, demand is so great right now that sooner or later people will have to be turned away empty-handed. That is a sad, sad thought, especially as many of the world's richest people are seeing their wealth rise astronomically, especially if they have large shares in arms or drugs industries. Talk about rubbing salt into gaping wounds. Something has to change. The world's most vulnerable need some good news for once. Unfortunately, they're not going to find it here today. Let's now focus solely on that cheery subject we call death. If you're worried right now, you're going to be climbing the walls in a few minutes. Don't worry too much, we'll finish on a lighter note. In the UK, excess deaths have gone through the roof, with many thousands more people just dropping down dead. We're not talking about only COVID deaths either. Something is killing people.
Introducing PDF Element 8, the all-new redesign of the PDF software you know and love.
And we don't know what it is, or at least we aren't unequivocally sure what it is. The Spectator wrote in November, "What's causing these deaths? It isn't COVID. Just 27% of excess deaths in England for the most recent week have COVID as the underlying cause. Instead, problems that built up over lockdowns are being keenly felt now. The British Heart Foundation wrote that 30,000 people in England alone have needlessly died of heart disease since the start of the pandemic. 230 heart-related deaths per week. The media is saying it would not have occurred if lockdowns hadn't happened. We're not arguing against the lockdowns, we're just being the messenger of bad news. Please don't shoot us. In October, Fortune talked about young people in the US who were perfectly healthy, just dropping down dead from some kind of heart problem. The article mentioned the deaths of formerly robust people with no history of health complications, just suddenly giving up the ghost as their hearts failed them. The author believed the cause was people having had COVID in the past, and it later caused significant damage to the heart. We don't have the data related to excess deaths in the US, so it's impossible to ascertain the number right now. But what if things are similar to what they are in Europe and other countries for that matter? The EU and the UK have provided up-to-date death rate numbers, and it's scary what's been happening in 2022. If this continues to 2023, talk about a giant poop sandwich. In August 2022, many countries in Europe, and we mean many, showed a 15 to 30% rise in excess deaths compared to August 2016 to 2019. The EU reported that in July, Spain's excess death rate compared to pre-pandemic levels was up 37%, Cyprus up 33%, and Greece was up 31%. In other months, the death rate in many EU countries continued this trend, and as in the UK, many of these weren't direct COVID deaths. The EU said the heat waves possibly did it back in the summer, but right now it would seem something else can be blamed. The UK government wrote this in October relating to England and Wales. The number of deaths was above the 5-year average in private homes, 31.1% above 790 excess deaths. Hospitals, 14.5% above, or 678 excess deaths. Care homes, 10.1% above, or 225 excess deaths. And other settings 2.5% above, or 20 excess deaths. It said 5.8% of the total deaths in England and Wales involved COVID. There were 11,938 deaths for the week ending the 21st of October 2022. 1,714, it said, were excess deaths. A lot for just 1 week. We also found data that said in the Netherlands and Germany excess deaths were up for October. It's very worrying, which is why many EU and British politicians are asking for a thorough investigation. It's worth noting that the summer of 2022 was indeed Europe's hottest summer on record, but if you look at statistics, the summers in the years before the pandemic were also record-breaking. They also led to excess deaths, but now the excess deaths are in excess of those excess deaths. We need that investigation immediately because the increased death rates are frankly staggering. We don't know for sure what's causing it, and as we said, we don't yet know if it's happening in all countries since there isn't enough data yet. Some experts have said it could be linked to a COVID infection from the past, while others have said it could also be a consequence of lockdowns and associated health complications, or from the lack of medical care during pandemic imprisonment. The Seattle Times wrote in October, U.S. heart attack deaths jumped sharply among young adults in second year of pandemic. The article said this was because of complications after a COVID infection, although that's not 100% certain as of yet. Also, that data is fairly old. It would be worrying if these heart issues are still happening and will continue to happen in 2023. Israel wanted to figure out why so many young folks were getting myocarditis or pericarditis, inflammation of the heart muscles or tissue, and scientists have been working hard. In a recent paper published in the National Library of Medicine titled The Incidence of Myocarditis and Pericarditis in Post-COVID-19 Unvaccinated Patients, a large population-based study, the researchers concluded, we did not observe an increased incidence of neither pericarditis nor myocarditis in adult patients recovering from COVID-19 infection. The study consisted of hundreds of thousands of people, and the number of people that developed pericarditis or myocarditis with or without getting COVID was about the same. It should be said men got it more than women, but what if these heart problems, as the study suggests, aren't related to having had COVID? Many other studies will be different, and some have discovered cardiovascular problems related to COVID-19. If all of these deaths are related or not related to past infections, it doesn't really matter to you as you head into 2023. What matters is that the death rates are disturbing and could potentially stay that way or even get worse. It's hard to understand since the data is incomplete, but it seems that death rates have been rising even though many of the most vulnerable people died already during the pandemic. Wouldn't that mean death rates should be going down? We found data on Japan and Australia that pointed to this worrying trend. although European nations seem to be the worst hit. The UK's Telegraph wrote in October, experts believe higher deaths from heart complaints and diabetes mean the indirect effects of the pandemic will be greater than COVID itself. That's just one opinion, by the way, so wait for others. A week later, the Telegraph ran the headline, "Crisis as excess deaths soar to levels higher than during COVID pandemic." The Guardian called the massive rise in deaths a puzzle. The British Medical Journal, or according to Facebook fact-checkers, a blog, also has articles that discuss these excess deaths. As we said, the data isn't in for all countries, but if it turns out that some experts are right and lockdowns led to more ill health, does this mean 2023 will be a year of excess deaths too? The short answer is you might have a higher chance of dying next year than a few years ago when the virus was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of an atom. It seems that masses of people not seeking medical attention during the lockdowns, or people overeating and overdrinking or sitting on their backsides for too long, might have caused some everlasting damage to themselves. The National Bureau of Economic Research recently asked if this was collateral damage of policy choices. So, with the possibility of becoming an excess death statistic in 2023, coupled with the very real possibility of nuclear war doing a lot more than compelling you to rinse your skin with soap and water, this year has all the markings of a nightmare in the making. It's no surprise you're hearing less about other world issues at the moment, such as global warming and environmental destruction. As we said at the start, people's hierarchy of external fear sometimes has to be updated. We imagine yours has changed a lot over the last few years. Still, if this show has made you feel somewhat down about life, don't worry. We're going to give you some good news in a follow-up show. We guess the best show for you to watch now is What Happens When You're Dying, or brighten up your day with What Happens to Your Body After You Die.
TubeBuddy helps your YouTube.
Give me a sec to process all this. Well, here we go again. Oh, hang on.
Videos get seen. Sure wish it could also help remind me why I went into the kitchen. What am I looking for?
Get 40% off any TubeBuddy creator license. Click the link to learn more.
2023 will be an amazing year. It'll be a fantastic year. The pandemic is almost over.
Okay, now here's the flip side of the coin, the good side. Now let's see how he theorized it could be the best year ever.
2023 will be an amazing year. It'll be a fantastic year. The pandemic is almost over, and science says it ain't gonna return with anywhere near as much ferocity. SARS-CoV-2 has been beaten. You either have immunity from your vaccine or your past infection, and even if you get it for the first...
Oh wait, I just realized I forgot to do something. Give me a minute. Personally, I believe Ukraine could use some anti-nuclear weapons. And I say the word anti. Counter-nuclear weapon. If Russia's gonna use... If Putin will use them. If they have the countermeasures against them, they could still be safe. Hopefully. Without the EMP. Zelensky vows 2023 is the year of victory for Ukraine in his New Year video address. You'll have to find it. I'm not sure. Oh, and for the record, Barbara Walter is gone. It's sad. Okay. Now I just finished finished what I was doing. Back to the video. He said the infographic shows say this could be a major turning point for the world. It might just signify things are going to get better. Last one was why it could get bad. This is going to be why it could get good. Here we go.
2023 will be an amazing year. It'll be a fantastic year. The pandemic is almost over, and science says it ain't going to return with anywhere near as much ferocity. SARS-CoV-2 has been beaten. You either have immunity from your vaccine or your past infection, and even if you get it for the first time in 2023, you'll statistically be fine. You can breathe easy in 23 when it comes to the dreaded lurgy. 2023 will be the first year since 2020 you don't have to be worried about COVID. You can cast it aside like a snot-filled rag. There will likely be more variants, but they shouldn't be any worse than the seasonal cold or flu. It's not as if a cold ever bothered you before. Sure, people die from the flu, but people die from swallowing hot dogs too, and you can't get enough of them. 2023 is the year of relaxation regarding COVID. You can let your guard down. What didn't kill you did indeed make you stronger. You also now know much more about how viruses work. You've adopted better hygiene practices, and you got to know your mom and dad, at last, of course. There is that darned prospect of long COVID, but as we make this show, new treatments have looked promising in studies. As one media website said, finally, there is a glimmer of hope for long COVID treatment. As things stand, it looks as though that glimmer will get much brighter next year. So, thing number one, putting on a positive spin in 2023, is the absence of that awful virus, or at least the absence of it being a formidable killing machine. Nonetheless, that's the bottom reason of our list of goodness for 23. We need to talk about the fact that many extra people kicked the bucket in 2022, and as we make this show, scientists are still unsure why. There were certainly a lot of excess deaths from the middle to the end of the year in quite a lot of countries. That sucks, but you shouldn't let it worry you. We can't say for sure what's happened yet. Was it the hot summer in Europe? Was it long COVID playing its dirty tricks? Or was it a consequence of people staying in their houses for months, eating competitively, drinking like the Pope, and not being able to see a doctor about that weird lump growing on their neck? It might have been a bit of all three. We know from various governments that there was indeed a disturbing trend of excess deaths in many countries. But let's face it, could it have been any different? It's been widely reported that many people didn't get the medical care they needed over the last few years. We know that livers were soused with statistically more booze than previous years. There's a lot of evidence for this damaging bodies. Just one report we found said elevated liver enzyme levels were observed in about 83% of COVID-19 patients who required hospitalization. We know for sure that stress levels increased for many people, which is terrible for your immune system if those levels stay like that for a long time. We know many people suffered from lockdown depression, a black dog that stayed awake all night and barked and bit the feet of the incarcerated during the day. Studies have already suggested that lockdowns were harmful as well as helpful. Stay home, save lives was the mantra you heard every day, but it turned out that staying home presented its own unique dangers. One study from Johns Hopkins said lockdowns were worse than the pandemic itself. Other studies have disagreed that the lockdowns caused more harm than good. So it's a debate that'll continue for quite some time. But what is certain is that lockdowns took their toll on people's health. The British Heart Foundation, as we said in the very bleak sister show of this video, said 30,000 Brits had needlessly died from heart disease during the lockdown. Just imagine how many people's health suffered during those harsh months of not going out. It's hardly shocking that there were excess deaths at the close of the pandemic. But look at it this way, right now, that is in November 2022, scientists are studying those excess deaths. Politicians and medical experts throughout Europe are asking for investigations. Today's news is talking about it. One expert says liver disease and diabetes led to excess deaths. Another says heat waves. Another report says it was collateral damage from people not going to the hospital. It all adds up. At some point in 2023, we'll know far more about this issue than we do now. Scientists and healthcare workers will be able to address the issues, tell people what to do, and advise the government on what should happen if there are lockdowns, God forbid, in the future. In November, a doctor speaking to The Spectator said, "The silence around non-COVID excess deaths is fueling conspiracy theories. The longer it goes on, the worse it's getting. If the authorities don't properly address and discuss the issue, this will only further undermine trust in public health. So the pressure is on. Academics, clinicians, and even charities have been stamping their feet and demanding investigations, and so it will happen for sure." That doctor we just quoted also said, "Current levels of excess deaths are running higher than in the pandemic years. We had almost daily press conferences then. Why can't we have just one now?" He's just one person in a long list of people saying stuff like that. So we're sure some governments are going to get on top of the issue. It just might take until 2023 to see positive results. Humanity evolves, science improves. It's been a crap time, but what humans have learned will set us up for an easier time in the future. We believe that the increase in deaths won't trend as we head past winter and further into 2023. Unfortunately, in many parts of Europe, more people will die during winter because they cannot afford to heat their homes. The war, which we'll come to soon, has caused an energy crisis. Scientists are saying this could result in more excess deaths, so winter could be grim. But the spring will be the starting point when things get much better. The rainbow will come out next year. Meanwhile, folks will understand that they should take good care of their health. That health checks are necessary. Eating the right food is necessary. Exercise is key to good health. We'll get a handle on this excess death thing come spring 23, and we'll move on and be better for it. You, dear viewers, are much stronger and more resilient than you used to be. This will sink in sometime next year. You see, children don't grow up to be strong adults if they're pampered too much by their parents. We get our strength through adversity and resilience. What has happened to us these last few years will eventually pay dividends. Like all creatures of this earth that survive the hardest of times, we shall adapt. In 2023, you'll be a better iteration of yourself. Why? Because you are a survivor. You're an adaptation of this past crappiness. But we guess the fear of getting COVID or post-COVID sickness has been pretty low in your hierarchy of fears for some time already. You updated that triangle of tragedies ages ago. It's the war that bothers you now. But we think this war is going to be a turning point for humanity. As terrible as it is, it's going to make the world a better place in time. 2023 will be the year of profound social and political changes. You are the generation of galvanization. Don't listen to the naysayers. Hear us out on this, dear viewers. It's true, in 2022, humans took themselves to the precipice of global catastrophe. It wasn't apocalypse now, but apocalypse wow, because we never expected to be in this position. We thought the days of cowering in our kitchen cupboards over the thought of nuclear bombs exploding above our heads were finished in the 80s. The nuclear dread has come back, and we can't argue with that. But we really don't think a nuclear war will happen. We also believe this fear, a righteous fear, a totally reasonable fear, will be good for us. It's making us think about life on a larger scale, about the survival of the human species. It's gonna bring love into your hearts, dear viewers. We understand that Putin is often called a madman, an irrational bloke with delusions of grandeur about imperialist Russia. But let's just remember that he isn't mad at all. He's actually very smart. He's canny and cunning, something he's shown time and again. Some folks only think he's crazy because they imbibed a little bit too much propaganda. You can't have a war without propaganda. Everyone does it. Putin revels in it, but the West's tabloidy thing about him being crazy is simply not true. As one analyst said in 2022, Putin isn't mad. He's following a long-established great power playbook for conquest. Or as the Washington Post said when talking about his ostensible recklessness, Putin surely doesn't want things to reach an apocalyptic level. He too has children and a country he deeply loves. He certainly does adore his children, Maria and Katerina, and anyone that studied his life knows he adores Russia as a nation. And that might be part of the problem regarding his imperialistic ambitions. But trust us, he does not want an apocalypse. What he needs is an off-ramp, some way of getting out of the war. We doubt he'll pull out himself without that off-ramp, and we don't think Russia will be pushed completely out of Ukraine. There's a chance he might be ousted internally within the next year, but it's a small chance. He has too much support from the inside. What does this mean for the rest of us in 2023? We've told you before that some analysts are saying that in the worst-case scenario, the Russian forces start accruing so many losses that Putin uses tactical nukes on the battlefield, not strategic ones designed to fly far from Europe. In this hideous scenario, NATO, with weapons galore, hits back. Putin then thinks his nuke bases will be attacked, so he strikes first. That, dear viewers, is how the world as we know it ends. Does anyone seriously think Putin would buy into that plan? As we said, he's not mad. He is not as vicious and inhumane as some media make him out. Just before he took hold of the reins in Russia, the US media showered him with compliments, such as when a writer in the New York Times Magazine said he was utterly professional, a man we can do business with, and a liberal, humane, and decent European. We're not saying he is those things, but he's no Adolf Hitler either, and he's not anywhere near as demented as Stalin. Diplomacy is the only way out of this war, and next year diplomacy will come. The hawks of Washington, London, and Moscow, with Ukraine in the middle, will have to come to some agreement. There's just no other way. It will happen. President Joe Biden will step in, since Ukraine won't ever give up on its own volition, and a deal will be struck that leaves Putin and Russia with a modicum of dignity and the Ukrainians close to content. It's the only way. This is the turning point. The deal is just the beginning. We'll see great changes in 23, and mostly because of you, the younger generation. You see, you are not like the generations of the past. War is far from normal to you. You have so much valid information at your fingertips that you're not so susceptible to propaganda. The days...
Excuse me for just a second, I need a band-aid. Hey! Hold up.
days of
I'm back again, sorry.
fingertips that you're not so susceptible to propaganda. The days of endless wars are coming to an end, and that's because you will usher in a more peaceful period of human history. You know there are many sides to a story. You know that the US experiment to spread liberal democracy around the world for decades has led to murderous dictators being put in power. You know this experiment has led to secret wars and pointless wars where millions of innocent citizens have been killed. You know it's left in its wake instability almost every time it's happened. You also understand the disaster that was the Soviet Union when it also tried to spread its ideology around. You've read about the horrors of the Gulag, the mass executions, the widespread fear and unhappiness, and the total collapse of humane reasoning. And of course, you remember the days when Europeans conquered lands, spilling buckets of blood while talking about God and nation. What they really meant was money. In 2022, quite a few political scientists said something has to change. We must evolve from this constant warring with each other. Russia, the US, and China must sort things out if we're to have sanity in this world of ours. In this realist version of events, militaries will remain strong, but endless wars will stop. Ukraine is the starting point. All that cash being taken out of the coffers of nations to give to the arms industry will go elsewhere. The money will be used to lessen the number of food banks, to get the homeless off the streets, to rebuild those ghettos where life expectancy is 20 years less than a few miles away. Arms cash will go to infrastructure, education, and healthcare. You're going to see people crying out for this just after the Ukraine war ends in 23. Russia has to be reprimanded, but its people should not suffer because of Putin's folly. Let's remember how much suffering Russians have gone through already under Stalin in those famines and at the fall of the Soviet Union when gangsters and oligarchs pilfered all the cash from the country. We know what happens when punishment is supposed to be humiliating, when it's aimed at crushing a populace. When that kind of thing happens, you get insecure, failed artists with terrible mustaches popping up and promising to save the nation. No, the Ukraine war will end sensibly next year. And when it does, many of you guys will seek peace on Earth, or as much peace as possible, because you know what will happen if Russia's crushed. You also understand only too well how things will go if China becomes more powerful and the US doesn't stop interfering in every single part of the globe. Something has to change, and change it will in 2023, when diplomacy ends the war in Ukraine. You'll be part of that change. Your kids will look back on those boomers and Gen X's and wonder what the hell was wrong with them. The end of the Ukraine war will be the starting point of continual progress. That most expensive exercise in futility, war will be replaced with shared innovation between all nations. For the greater good of the world, creation will surpass destruction. Multilaterally, we will deal with environmental issues. We, the world, will respect our differences and never again attempt the bloody idiocy of spreading our own ideology. It's not as if we are perfect anyway, so let all nations concentrate on social stability and harmony without trying to change their government. That goes for all countries. If that happens and certain nations prosper, perhaps in a democracy, wouldn't it compel other nations to follow suit? You don't have to spread ideology if that ideology is working, since the other nations will want the same. Many political scientists have said this in 2022. It's not just us with our rose-tinted specs issuing such words. A Carnegie Europe report said a while ago, Europe must work very closely with the United States in making arms control a major issue. This is about preventing the new emerging bipolar world from becoming locked in a dangerous, costly, and unpredictable new arms race in an already potentially volatile region. That was said before the Ukraine war. It seems no one is listening to the warning. But the Ukraine situation has made you think. You know what's good for this world. You are a generation to usher in a more peaceful planet. You know that diplomacy has to win out, and you know never again can there be a threat of nuclear war. China and Russia are not your enemies, and they should know the US is not theirs. 2023 will also be a year of picking up pieces and rebuilding parts of Ukraine that have been devastated. In 23, we'll have to deal with the energy crisis, the refugee crisis, and most of all, addressing the antipathy of nations. The military industrialists of the world, some people say, should be caged like the wild tigers they are. Not literally, of course. The trillions of dollars the US alone has spent on war and conflicts could have been spent on creating a better society. The hundreds of billions spent by the entire world on Ukraine could have done wonders for the most vulnerable on Earth. If the Soviet Union had not robbed itself or gone for broke with communism, Russia and other countries would be likely flourishing today. These are the things people will be saying in 2023. War is money down the toilet of humanity flushed into an ocean of blood, and as always, the people that turn the handle are not the ones that get flushed into oblivion. People will freeze in their unheated homes this winter, all because their country wants to blow the limbs off a young stranger who doesn't even know what he's fighting for. Does that really make sense in the bigger scheme of things? You will know it doesn't, because you've been to the precipice of disaster. You'll never want to return. You will understand that grumpy German philosopher when he said, "He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster." You'll not become a monster. You won't let it get to that, and hopefully neither will the people you call the enemy. The other option is the end of the world. 2023 could be a turning point in history, when more than a century after World War I, in the midst of ongoing conflicts and interventions, we realize that war in our time, with so much deadly firepower belonging to so many states, can never happen. It's time for lasting cooperation. The Infographics Show team wishes you a happy, fruitful, and most of all, safe 2023. Now you need to remind yourself of what World War looks like and how World War II would have ended if atomic bombs were never dropped, or see how things might go down in World War III, hour by hour.
The war.
Hold up.
"2023 will be an amazing year." Graphics Show 23. Now you need to remind yourself of what World War looks like. Adolf Hitler is dead. The Red Army is rejoicing despite losing around 18 million people. The UK and
I haven't turned the sound on. Sorry.
The world will mark an important milestone as the global population surpasses 8 billion people.
Weddings are back.
And experts are predicting weddings to reach a 40-year high.
We have been waiting to do this for 2.5 years.
After weeks of flirtation and fighting, the new couple has officially done the deed.
Full-on crypto crash.
$32 billion just vanished.
My money don't jiggle jiggle.
BTS are going on hiatus.
Taylor Swift fans waited hours online only to find the website crashing.
I'm going to the concert!
The final seconds before impact.
Oh
Have a fantastic day.
Oh, stunning.
Yeah.
The blockbuster legal saga between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
My favorite thing about the movie is it feels like a movie.
The Russian president says a military operation is now underway in eastern Ukraine.
Explosions and air raid sirens ringing out in cities across this country.
Soaring new numbers from the UN on Ukrainians fleeing the fighting.
We cry. We all have the feeling that we've no home.
Russia now the target of more than 2,700 new sanctions.
The world bracing for food shortages.
Russia has suspended all gas supplies to Germany.
Possible explosions along the Nord Stream pipelines.
Gas prices soaring to the highest average ever recorded.
Amazon.
Microsoft.
Meta announced 11,000 employees laid off.
1,200 Twitter employees calling it quits.
I quit is what's going on.
Inflation is much too high.
Everything has doubled up.
These prices are totally outrageous.
I do not have time for this.
It's been the most incredible ride and journey I've ever been on.
We have finally achieved equal pay for our men's and our women's national teams.
It's about damn time.
It is the most controversial World Cup in the history of football.
The Gulf states been under intense scrutiny over the treatment of migrant workers.
The 2022 Winter Olympics are underway.
Jamaica will compete in the four-man bobsled.
China's snow princess is the queen of big air.
Russian figure skater testing positive for a banned substance.
I have tested positive for COVID-19. I will have to withdraw.
BA5 is fueling yet another wave of
COVID vaccines for children under 5 began today.
Getting vaccinated. Airline passengers can now decide for themselves to wear a mask.
Summer travel this year comes with some baggage.
Kylie Jenner takes a 3-minute flight, and yet they're telling me to recycle cans.
Soaring temperatures, 40.2 degrees.
Pakistan, reeling from the devastating floods caused by monsoon rains.
We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
Hurricane Ian has changed Florida forever.
This one could not continue because the water was too much.
We are seeing tragedy unraveling in front of our eyes.
This crater hints at the size of the explosion in western Ghana.
The government of Burkina Faso averted a plot to take over the country.
Today, we have fought for our freedom from the greedy politicians.
154 people were killed in a crush in South Korea.
Another mass shooting.
At a 4th of July parade.
In a Walmart.
At a hospital complex.
At a gay nightclub.
An elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
A day later, baby gets slaughtered.
A major Supreme Court ruling that could make it easier to obtain a firearm license.
Anti-Semitic incidents.
Black transgender deaths are rising.
Critics call it the Don't Say Gay bill.
We will not go back!
The nation's highest court ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade.
22-year-old Mahsa Amini was taken into custody by Iran's morality police. Amini's death has sparked outrage.
The Iranian squad chose not to sing the country's national anthem.
Please be our voice and don't let the evil regime kill innocent people.
Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh has been shot dead. Thousands gathered for her funeral procession.
Authorities in China are strengthening their efforts to stamp out unrest over stringent COVID measures.
Громадяни суспільства, тут всі ми тут.
I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world.
I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
I am prepared to give everything I have.
Xi Jinping has become the most powerful leader in China in decades.
Jair Bolsonaro defeated by former President Lula da Silva.
Gabriel Boric will become Chile's youngest ever president.
Republicans were hoping for a red wave, which didn't really pan out.
Giorgia Meloni's Brothers of Italy party winning this weekend's election.
India's first tribal person elected to the highest office of the land.
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
This is the end of an era.
Ukrainian forces are now on the offensive.
They've taken more territory in the past week than Russia has since April.
Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
WNBA star Brittany Griner is headed home.
I'm about to sign the Inflation Reduction Act,
the largest U.S. commitment ever to fighting climate change.
Cuba holding a landmark referendum to legalize same-sex marriage.
Yes!
Every image is a new discovery, and each will give humanity a view of the universe that we've never seen before.
Thank you to the Academy for letting our coda make history tonight.
And don't you ever, ever give up on you.
It is a long journey to this moment.
In my family, it took just one generation to go from segregation to the Supreme Court of the United States.
History is not about statistics and memorizing dates and boring quotations. History is about people. It's about human beings.
Thank you, Vox. Now one last video. And we'll get prepared for the ball drop.
We live in a world full of media streams, social
all the actors we lost,
devices, countless.
You could be watching it in 50 years' time, easy. I'll not be here, sadly, but...
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're paying tribute to some of the great actors we lost in 2022.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
For this memorial, we'll be looking at the most notable thespians who passed away in the last year. Share your favorite performances of these actors in the comments below. Sidney Poitier.
Sometimes it's like I can see my future just stretched out in front of me, my whole future. A big, blank, empty space full of nothing, just hanging at the edge of my days waiting for me.
Ironically, this acclaimed actor will probably be more remembered for everything he accomplished outside of his performances. After a star-making turn in 1963's Lilies of the Field, Poitier became the second ever black performer to win an Academy Award, and the first to do so in the Best Actor category.
Good luck, Charlie, and you deal me out. Yeah, you know that stuff you wear, you think it's a uniform that makes you some kind of a cop or something, laying down the law.
Beyond acting, he served as a Bahamian diplomat and was even knighted by Queen Elizabeth II herself. Poitier earned both an honorary Academy Award and a BAFTA Fellowship for his lifetime achievements, not just as an actor, but as a human being. If the outpouring of support after his passing is any indication, Poitier will be remembered for years to come.
What do they call you up there? They call me Mr. Tibbs.
Bob Saget.
Why don't we take a little look through the old family photo album, huh?
Why? I wouldn't remember anything.
Yeah, but let's just give it a shot. It might help.
Full House lives on as one of the most beloved television sitcoms of all time, and that is in no small part thanks to the Tanner's heartfelt patriarch. Bob Saget's Danny didn't just raise Michelle, Stephanie, and DJ. He ostensibly parented a whole generation of viewers. Saget retained all of that same character-defining warmth in the sequel series Fuller House, too.
Now that I'm carrying your grandchild, we're officially family.
Kimmy, we always were.
But outside of acting, his final years were mostly spent as a prolific comedian. His 2014 album, That's What I'm Talking About, even nabbed him a Grammy nomination. Saget was in the middle of a stand-up tour in Florida when a presumed fall in his hotel room laid the 65-year-old actor to rest.
We stuck it out and we got through it. Just like we always do. Just like we always will.
Gaspard Ulliel.
Scent of her takes away the smell of the camp. Do you compose verse, Inspector?
Louis Anderson.
My father. Always yelling, always telling us what to do.
Monica Vitti. William Hurt.
You cost me a hell of a lot, Joey. A hell of a lot.
After revealing a prostate cancer diagnosis in 2018, Hurt peacefully passed away at his Oregon home 4 years later. It marked the final bow for an actor that had been at the top of his game since the 80s. In 1985, the acclaimed Kiss of the Spider-Woman earned Hurt global recognition and an Academy Award for Best Actor.
The nicest thing about feeling happy is that you think you'll never feel unhappy again.
Hurt spun that success into a lengthy career full of eclectic characters and quirky guest spots, including 3 other Oscar nominations. It's never easy to see an actor this bold go, but at least at the age of 71, Hurt had left a lengthy and esteemed filmography to remember him by.
I just wanted to tell you how great you were.
Estelle Harris.
So, how are you, Jerry?
Fine, Miss Costanza. Hey, I got a terrific joke for you.
Nah, not interested.
No one could steal a scene quite like this feisty actress, no matter the series, medium, or tone. So whether it was children's shows like The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody or an adult sitcom like Seinfeld, Harris always sold each and every punchline. Her impeccable comedic timing even extended to voiceover, where she made a total standout turn as Mrs. Potato Head in the Toy Story franchise.
Sweet potato! Who do you think you're talking to? I have over 30 accessories and I deserve more respect!
Anyone who can hold their own in a cast that stacked definitely knows their stuff. After her lengthy career spitting sass across all media, Harris passed away from natural causes in 2022.
Get The Economist and energize your new year.
Gilbert Gottfried.
This one hurt.
He funny or what? How can you follow John Stamos?
There are precious few performers, period, who have a voice as iconic as Gilbert Gottfried did. But instead of resting on the laurels of his hilarious delivery, the actor put his talent to work in some truly transcendent performances. After all, Gottfried's outstanding turn in Aladdin single-handedly turned Iago from a generic henchman into a bona fide fan favorite.
Oh, wait a minute, Jafar. What if you were the chump husband?
He did the same with almost every role, even if he only had one line like in the Aflac commercials. He made 67 years still feel way too short, but at least his 2017 self-titled documentary Gilbert lives on as the best kind of dedication an actor could ask for.
I'm just doing anything to avoid my regular act, which I'm so tired of.
Mike Haggerty.
I got something you can do.
What is it?
Can you be my dancing partner?
Ray Liotta.
What are you saying, that you don't love me anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
In 1986, a small film called Something Wild marked the breakthrough performance of a certain up-and-coming actor. As the world would soon learn, his name was Ray Liotta. Then, with a Golden Globe nomination to his name, Liotta went on to become one of the most respected actors of his time. To this day, he's best known for his star-making performance in Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
But to say he peaked in 1990 is a disservice to everything he did after. Liotta worked consistently in film, television, and even video games up until his death in 2022. In fact, he was in the middle of production on yet another film when he unfortunately passed away.
Everybody had their hands out. Everything was for the taking. And now it's all over.
Joe Turkel.
Yes, it is, Mr. Torrance. What'll it be?
James Caan.
What did he say? Bada beep, bada bap, bada boop, bada beep. He wants us to send Michael to hear the proposition. And the promise is that the deal is so good that we can't refuse. Hey.
The Godfather needs no introduction, and neither does the actor behind Vito's oldest son, Sonny. James Caan was one of the last remaining true stars of Hollywood, and not just because of his Academy Award nomination. No, mainly because he had a knack for imbuing even the zaniest of characters with a real sense of purpose. From gritty dramas like The Gambler to lighthearted holiday flicks like Elf, Caan never gave anything less than his absolute best.
Where do you want me to go? I don't care where you go. I don't care that you're an elf. I don't care that you're nuts. I don't care that you're my son. Get out of my life, now!
which clearly was pretty damn good. When he died from a heart attack at the age of 82, he left behind about as many excellent films as he had years in his life.
You've been right about a lot of things. I don't want you to leave. You're my son, and I love you.
Tony Sirico.
These are snakes with fur. The old Italians will tell you, you can't even put them around the baby. They suck the breath right out.
It's exceedingly rare to find an actor that inhabits a character so well that you can't see them the same ever again. That was definitely the case with Tony Sirico, whose turn on The Sopranos is impossible to look away from. Though it shouldn't have been surprising, given that Sirico was practically a veteran of the business by the time he auditioned. But even 15 years after the show's end, nothing in Sirico's resume could match the legacy of what he did on The Sopranos. Alas, Sirico's career had slowed down a bit in his final years. He passed away in summer of 2022, just a few weeks shy of his 80th birthday.
We could have had a shrine. Sold holy water in gallon jugs. Could have made millions.
I tell you something deep in my heart, and you laugh it off?
Paul Sorvino.
You gotta take it easy. You got children. I'm not saying you gotta go back there this minute, but you gotta go back.
It takes some serious skill to convincingly play characters on both sides of the law. But Sorvino always made it look easy. It's all the more impressive since his breakout role was as a gangster in Goodfellas. Though clearly he wasn't anything like that behind the scenes, since he has a truly gigantic resume of all sorts of dramatic roles. Some good, some evil, but always with a certain edge that only Sorvino could truly capture.
It's just that, in case you had to drag it out of him, we ought to know that before his lawyer comes on board.
The 83-year-old actor passed away in 2022, leaving behind a filmography that speaks for itself. He's survived by his wife and 3 kids, 2 of which are actors themselves. Nichelle Nichols.
We were forced in the transporter and beamed down. It was like becoming someone's puppet.
It's impossible to quantify how much modern media owes the original Star Trek series, or more specifically, Nichelle Nichols' unforgettable performance as Nyota Uhura. She was one of the very first Black women to play a major role in a big-budget TV show, let alone as a character with genuine agency and purpose. Despite Nichols' love for the stage, she stayed on the show specifically because of the impact Uhura had. Her love and dedication is evident to this day, and led to a truly groundbreaking revolution for representation on the small screen. Nichols would reprise the role in the original Star Trek films, and later continued to preach Uhura's influence until her death in the summer of 2022.
My fears would fade, and now they're making me tremble. But I'm not afraid.
Olivia Newton-John. Grease really was the word, and it launched its pair of charming leads to utter stardom and beyond. But Newton-John wasn't just a household name actress. She was also a best-selling music artist, an environmentalist, a mother, and more. Her legacy in pop culture is unmatched, which is why it's all the more impressive that she had breast cancer at the same time. After an original diagnosis in 1992, Newton-John faced the disease on 2 more separate occasions in the 30 years that followed. Unfortunately, its recurrence in 2017 took the 73-year-old actor's life earlier this year. In the aftermath, co-stars, colleagues, and even full countries gave their respect to an actress that was the definition of a multi-hyphenate.
I honestly love you.
Anne H.
We were sweet on each other for about 2 minutes. But it didn't work out. You know, he never really said it, but I think it hurt him to be around me.
Perhaps the biggest tragedy of this actress's untimely end is that most people will only remember her final minutes. H was a busy, hard-working, and versatile actress on stage, screen, and beyond. Despite a few personal ups and downs and her infamous relationship with Ellen DeGeneres, H never turned in a bad performance. Unfortunately, the biggest headline of her death is that it came as the result of a 3-part car crash with H behind the wheel. The actress sustained severe injuries and was eventually pulled off life support. There have been plenty of rumors surrounding H's mental state at the time of the accident, but for now, the only thing we know for sure is that Hollywood has lost another great thespian.
Listen, I live in love, I live in truth, and I stood up for it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and I stand up for this very same thing today.
Louise Fletcher.
Those are very challenging observations you made, Randall. I'm sure some of the men would like to comment.
If Louise Fletcher's legacy says anything, it's that it's never too late for a big break. After taking an 11-year hiatus to raise her sons, Fletcher returned to acting in one-off guest spots and smaller roles. Then, she nabbed the part of Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which propelled her into the next big thing. She received an Academy Award, a Golden Globe, and a BAFTA for her performance, becoming only the third actress ever to earn all three honors for a single role. She steadily worked well into the 2000s and eventually passed away at the age of 88 in her home in France.
Now calm down. The best thing we can do is go on with our daily routine.
Angela Lansbury. Iconic, she wrote, because that's what Angela Lansbury was. She headlined one of the most prolific and widely known crime dramas of all time.
I'm curious about one thing. How did you figure it out?
Partly luck, partly deduction.
And that's not even mentioning her prolific film career, which includes singing the iconic title number in Beauty and the Beast.
Tale as old as time, true as it can be.
Her legacy is unprecedented, and yet even that fails to do her impact justice. To put it into perspective, she is among the elite club to have been nominated for a Tony, an Oscar, an Emmy, a Grammy, and a Golden Globe. We could go on, but you get the point. Suffice it to say, she lived a very full life before finally passing away in her sleep at the age of 96.
It makes me very proud indeed, and I am most grateful and thankful to the Hollywood Press Association for giving me this Golden Globe for an old golden oldie.
Robbie Coltrane.
You're a wizard, Harry.
That was a shot. That's a
wizard.
shocker.
And a thumping good one, I'd wager.
The wizarding world has always produced some downright magical casting. So when Coltrane's imposing yet soft-spoken Hagrid stumbled onto the scene in 2001, the results were practically spellbinding. Coltrane brought a real sense of sincerity to the friendly half-giant throughout the entire franchise. Of course, he had plenty of other worthwhile roles too, but there's a good reason Hagrid lives on as his best known. With that being said, it's fitting that his final on-screen appearance is in the 20th anniversary Return to Hogwarts special. Coltrane says it best himself in the documentary. Even when he's gone, Hagrid and the magic he brought will live on forever.
You could be watching it in 50 years' time. Easy. I'll not be here, sadly, but... Don't you think on it for 1 minute. But Hagrid will.
Michael Kopsa.
The fugitives have a plan. Tell me about the plan.
Most viewers probably recognize this guy's face from his chilling turn as Captain Windmark in Fringe, alongside several other genre-heavy programs. But in actuality, it's more likely audiences have heard his voice instead. For as many acting credits as Kopsa boasts, a good half of those are specifically in voiceover. Some of his most notable roles include Beast in X-Men Evolution and Char Aznable in the English dub of Mobile Suit Gundam.
Looks like I'm not destined to get a break these days, am I? Who would have thought I'd bump into something like this on the way home from a routine mission?
That's right, he did both original animation and anime dubbing. Clearly, Kopsa had a knack for showing up just about anywhere. As a result, several pop culture communities mourned his death at the age of just 66.
Thank you. But from here on in, I'm not just Mr. McCoy. You can call me Beast.
It's always been inside me to make things. So merging art and business can be a little tricky.
We took a leap of faith, both quit our jobs. You know, the pup.
Leslie Jordan.
The very idea makes me howl with manly laughter.
Comedy is a tough field to stay relevant in, but Leslie Jordan managed to keep things light, breezy, and fun for literal decades. Chief among his standout roles is that of Karen's nemesis Beverly Leslie on Will and Grace. He earned an Emmy for the role, and later reprised it for the show's revival in 2017. While Beverly is probably his most well-known part, Jordan's appeared in so many comedy series that it's impossible to name them all. In fact, almost poetically, he was on his way to set for another sitcom when he died in a car crash. The show, Call Me Kat, dedicated an episode to Jordan, a comedic legend who kept everyone laughing until the very end.
I'm a big believer in celebrating every moment.
Kevin Conroy.
My parents taught me a very different lesson. Life only makes sense if you force it to.
Batman the Animated Series is rightfully lauded for its unprecedented effect on the industry. But of course, its biggest claim to fame is introducing the actor who would define the Caped Crusader for decades. Kevin Conroy's commanding gruffness is simply untouchable. He took a great character and made him legendary, which is why it's no surprise that he became the de facto voice of Batman until his death in 2022. Whether it was video games, animation, or something else, Batman never would and never will feel the same without Conroy behind the mic. After all, even though he's gone, he'll always be the Knight, and he'll always be Batman.
I am not a disgrace. I am vengeance. I am the Knight. I am Batman.
John Aniston.
What I really want is the respect of this town. A respect I deserve considering all I've done for it.
Jason David Frank.
No one may know you are a Power Ranger.
Count on me, Zordon. 100%.
There's no Power Rangers without Tommy Oliver. Sure, Jason David Frank was a late addition to the original cast, but his immediate popularity has stayed with the franchise to this day. No Ranger reunion has felt complete without an appearance by the best Ranger there ever was, and Frank never took that for granted. He was extremely active in the fan community and on the convention circuit, which made his abrupt death at just 49 years old all the more shocking. It's no exaggeration to say Frank was a childhood hero for a whole generation. So while his premature death is tragic, the show's motto still rings true. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger.
The Power Ranger legacy is in good hands.
Wilco Johnson.
Pardon me, sir.
Did I frighten you so much, girl? Or is it him there making you shake?
Clarence Gilliard.
No badge, just you and me.
We have nothing to talk about.
What, are you afraid of your little brother?
Bob McGrath.
But you know something? We can all be very happy that we had a chance to be with him and to know him and to love him a lot.
Kirstie Alley.
Mr. Sulu, plot an intercept course.
May I remind the captain that if a starship enters the zone,
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
Few actresses have the luxury of making their film debut in a movie like Star Trek II. Then again, Alley had a real penchant for arriving late to a series and becoming the life of the party. She did the same thing with Cheers, where she swooped in after 5 seasons and became an instant fan favorite.
You've got 2 outs, 2 strikes, and no balls.
Critics agreed too, and Alley walked home with an Emmy and a Golden Globe for her portrayal of Rebecca Howe. She worked very consistently in the years after Cheers ended, even well into 2022. So it was a tough blow to the world when she suddenly passed away due to colon cancer. Her time on The Masked Singer marked her final on-screen role.
I became a Masked Singer because about 10 years ago I realized I always had to keep mixing my career, mixing my life up, or it was going to get really mundane, it was going to get really boring fast, so I guess I finally got up the nerve to do it.
Helen Slayton Hughes.
My only regret is that I never told him how I really felt. So I'll say it now. I loved that man.
Let's have a moment of silence for these people. You know, there's something I don't understand. We now have the technology. We've seen it in Star Wars Rogue One. An actor long dead, brought back to life. We even have the technology to clone voice actors. We have that technology. So why aren't we using it? So why aren't we using it? Gilbert Gottfried's death was a shock, yes. I just hope he's done in Kingdom Hearts, the Kingdom Hearts series. those people. Edward Godfrey, Kevin Conroy, the voice of Ursula from The Little Mermaid. All those people, all of them, they could be brought back to life with voice cloning. We just need to utilize it. They could be immortalized. I know it won't be the same, but at least their voice will live on, because no voice can take their place. You know?
It's 24/7 waffle place. Waffles anytime. That's just as great as Geico's 24/7 claim service. Anytime, you know.
for hours for what is about to happen. 32,000 LEDs on the ball. There's a shot from above at our stage. Beautiful colors. 16 million colors. We're 2 minutes away. On the stage with me right now, I've got our performers and Quinta Brunson. Come on in, Duran Duran, Quinta, and New Edition. Get your phones ready. Tell your families it's all happening. The big moment is just around the corner. How would you describe it, Quinta?
Freaking nuts. This is unreal. I cannot believe this. I'm here with New Edition and Duran Duran, and it's a new year. Thank God.
Have you guys ever met?
We're family already. Yes, indeed.
Anybody who spends this moment together is family. We've got 49 seconds until the new year. We're all going to count it down together. 38 seconds. Look around, find somebody you love, find your pet, find your dog. We're at 30 seconds until the new year. You can feel it. Look at that sparkle. 20 seconds, everybody. Get ready to count. Here we go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Woo! Bye-bye, 2022. Hello, 2023. Get your champagne corks out and your mistress is ready to kiss. Yes, because good 2022 is over. I say hello to 2023.
Let's just take it in. Showed us the moves in 23.
Hello, 2023. Hey, okay, we're in our Akatsuki jacket.
These little weenies, not with my low E.
Millions are suffering from low energy, commonly called low E.
Conga line around the family room? Not with my low E.
With my low E, I can't even blow this guy. Well, I live this way. Planet Fitness.
Can you hear that in the background? Fireworks going off. Night, Ma. Night, Ma. Night, Ma. Saying goodnight. And I hope you have a happy New Year and your wishes come true. Let's enjoy the fireworks show for the next few minutes while we wish on this day. I hope this year brings lots of good fortune for you and bring for both us and the world. In every part of the world. Until the next New Year's Eve, this is Jeffrey Bartol, signing off.